of the blue of the western sky comes
Runway DFW.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color. Now, here is your host, Walt Zwerko.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's Walt. It's Saturday, October 8th, 2022, and you are watching Runway DFW as previously promised. And we've got a kind of a hazy October afternoon here for you this afternoon. We have operations that are coming from the south, which they call North Flow here. I guess other airports might call it reverse operations. Officially, they told me in the control tower, just last week, that this is known as North Flow as opposed to South Flow, which is the normal operation. So, what that means to you is that the planes will be taking off from pretty far away, and they'll be landing from even further away. So we don't have as close-up views as we normally would, but we'll get lots of action for you, and we'll have some fun right here on Runway DFW for this Saturday, October 8th. Thanks for coming on in and joining us here. Well, howdy everyone. Thank you for hanging out with us. Let's say hello to everyone. Ms. Wolves13, one of our great moderators, member of the Runway DFW Moderation Federation, says hello, Walt, and hello to you. Jane Elizabeth says hi, Walt. Hello, Jane. Epic Toastman says, wait a sec, did they remove the tarp? Huh? Don't know what that means, Epic Toastman. Ken Finch joins us from the UK. Good evening to you. Over there, across the pond, we should be seeing the A380 coming in from London, the British Airways Speedbird. It's running a little late today, so it won't be here at 5. I think I saw it was running about an hour late, but we'll find out in a little bit. Wayne Hartshorn says good evening, afternoon all. Gamecock Jenny, hello there from South Carolina. Gerard, another one of the great members of the Moderation Federation, says hello and very nice to see you all here today, Gerard. Ramon Balderrama, who has joined us in the past, hello from East Texas, and hello back to you. Cal's 1136, good day, everyone. Afsan's Vlogs, who wrote this apparently before we started, can't wait for the live stream, so here it is. And Austin Swafford, one of our regulars, says hello to you. I say hello to you. So, we've got the greetings out of the way, I think, for now. Let's see what's going on at DFW Airport, shall we? Now, as I said, we've got reverse operations. Oh, and right behind me is Runway Collin County. So, if you're familiar with his YouTube channel, you might want to check that out. He's seeing things here in person today. Came up and introduced himself. What we're seeing there is the tail end of an American Airlines jet. It's American Airlines flight 9748 to Los Angeles. It's a 777. Now, did it come out? Where did it come from? It came out of the hangar. So is it going directly to Los Angeles from the hangar? I don't know. Guess we'll find out. So anyway, the planes are landing from way and taking off from way down. It's about 2 miles south of us at the other end of the runway. On 36 left is where the planes are taking off, and 36 right is where they're landing, typically, on a day like this. Oh, is that that's the American Airlines America West livery, I think. First I thought it was a Delta jet. It's kind of hazy way down there, but we see this occasionally. One of the many American Airlines heritage, what they call heritage liveries. And there's also an Allegheny heritage livery down there somewhere, which I don't see currently with my eyes. What's that down there? Oh, that's the Allegheny livery there. We got some heat haze going on here today. It looks kind of like an oasis way down there at the end of the runway. So let's see what this 777 is doing. Oh. That's not what we were looking at. That 777 just came in, apparently, from Roma. And we should be seeing, if I remember right, we should be seeing very soon the flight of the Lufthansa A340, the great four-engined aircraft. I don't see it on the radar yet. We do have Finnair Flight 19 coming in from Helsinki. It departed about 9.5 hours ago from Finland, and I'm trying to see if it'll land over here. It often lands over here when the south flow is in operation, so it lands right in front of us. The question will be whether it lands over on the east side of DFW or the west side. Right there in the center of your picture is the East Tower of DFW, which controls the operations on that side of the facility. But we've got its analog over here, which is the West Tower you see there. That controls the operations on the west side, but the two sides talk to each other, of course, to make sure that they don't have any interference with one another. And it's my understanding, after talking with the folks in the East Tower, I was invited there last week by Ian Billington, who's one of the supervisors here, that they're set up exactly the same, but to operate in either tower, you've got to train in, you've got to be certified in each tower. And this is the only airport in the U.S., and maybe in the world, that has two towers. So there you see some of the crowd here at DFW Founders Plaza, where we broadcast from. We found a nice shady spot, at least for part of the afternoon. It'll get a little less shady in the afternoon, but later in the afternoon. But let's have our first takeoff of the day. It's a United flight to see where it's going to. Where is it going to? It's going to Denver. United Flight 1104, 737-800. Trying to keep an eye on that Helsinki flight for you. The aircraft we looked at before from the rear, I think we should be seeing it in the shot there shortly. That's American Flight 9748 to Los Angeles. It's a 777. Again, it came right out of the hangar, so it may be a repositioning flight. It may be some sort of a charter or other special operation flight. But it looks like it's getting into position for takeoff, and so you can kind of see what we're up against as far as planes taking off. That's where they take off from, and we're about, let me see if I can go to full zoom here. That's a 60x zoom, and it is far away. Let's see if we can follow this one up in the sky. So if this is operating empty, it shouldn't take very long to climb into the sky. With the usual flow of operations, we don't get to hear the planes climbing into the sky because they're far away from us when they do that, so it's a little different dimension than we usually get. I can't yet tell if, I don't know, it looks like the Helsinki flight may be coming in on this side, so we'll keep an eye on that. I think what we've got here as our next arrival and there it is. It's American Flight 345 coming in from San Francisco. And you can see what I mean about how far away it is, A, and B, the heat haze on this mid-October afternoon. Not quite mid-October yet. Okay, so it looks like the Finnair A350 is going to be next to arrive, and it's coming in on this side. So let's see if we can get a bead on that. It's a big plane, so maybe it'll be a little easier to see. But I have to be honest with you, I'm Kind of having a hard time seeing it. Oh, there it is. Maybe it'll land a little further down the runway. So again, it's Finnair Flight 19 coming in from Helsinki. And coming in on the west side here of the airport will allow it to have a relatively short taxi to International Terminal D, which is also on this side of the airport. Let's see how long it takes for us to actually identify this as a Finnair plane. And unless we missed it, I think we'll be seeing the Lufthansa A340 coming in from Frankfurt not too long from now. So this is an A350. It's not a Dreamliner, but it looks kind of dreamy with that with all of that disturbance in the atmosphere. I think we can now see the familiar branding and the logo and the livery. And as you can hear, we have lots of kids here today. It's a popular spot for parents and kids to hang out. And no, as you can tell, I'm not on top of the F-150 this afternoon. I decided, I could get a little shade here for part of our broadcast by not being in the bed of an F-150, and B, you know, it gets kind of cramped in there, you know, for 5 and 6 hours just kind of hanging out in an F-150. Sometimes you like to move around just a little bit. So we'll reserve that for some special occasions. What else do I have to tell you? Yesterday in the mail, coming from Amazon, came 2 special batteries. They were dispatched to Rancho Runway DFW from Kevin of Airline Videos Live, and he is going to be out here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So I have received the batteries for you, Kevin. I sent him a picture to document the arrival, and so he will be all set. He's got his gear. If there's anything he needs to borrow from Runway DFW, I've assured him that it will be at his disposal, and we should have some really fun broadcasts watching Airline Videos Live starting on Tuesday. I don't know the exact time yet. I guess it depends a lot on... well, Kevin will get in around noon on an American Airlines Dreamliner. And who knows, we might broadcast that for you on Runway DFW. Maybe hold him a place out here. And then later in the day, you'll be able to see him. He'll meet with his many legions of fans here in North Texas. And that'll be fun. Okay, the A340 is now coming in. We're going to catch it, I think. It's coming in on the east side. There it is. Coming in from Frankfurt. So we'll get to see it taxi in a little bit, but we won't get to see it touch down because there you see the tail. We may get to see it roll out a little bit here as it gets to this gap, if it goes that far. May not go that far. No, I don't think we'll see it. I doubt that we'll see it come through here. That's where we'd normally see the tail, but we'll... So, unfortunately, we won't get to see the A340 touching down this afternoon. Maybe we'll get to see it take off sometimes. That will occur. And there's the soon-to-be, probably not existing anymore, Spirit Airlines. Their merger with JetBlue has not been approved yet, of course, but we would expect that within a year or maybe two, the yellow Spirit livery will no longer be a part of our airport landscape. Of course, as always, we're coming to you live from the auspices of the Runway DFW satellite truck, parked here at DFW Founders Plaza in its special location. And we utilize its facilities in order to stream this in high definition to you all out there. Let me see if I can jump back in to the chat room. We got Going Slightly Mad. Good afternoon, everyone. Working and lurking. And you know, I do that a lot, Going Slightly Mad. I have a regular job, and I do it from home. But while I'm working, I've always got a channel on. It's usually Airline Videos Live or Sid Squad. I was watching that. I think it was last night. So much good stuff out there. Big Jet TV, all sorts of fun stuff to watch. And Kenji likes our truck, so thank you, Kenji. It's an exclusive to Runway DFW. I see Michelle R.S. in the stream, one of our great Runway DFW moderators and also a fixture on other channels you will see, including Airline Videos Live. And I think Michelle said she's going to come out here for that, so we hope to see her in person. Stuart Tingley says, good afternoon to Walt and the Runway DFW mods and friends. No heat haze today in Moncton, New Brunswick. Well, that is good to hear. It's probably a little cooler than it is here. What's our unofficial temperature? 78 degrees in the shade. Not bad at all. That might sound warm to some people, but the wind is coming out of the north pretty much. And it's probably up to about 8 or 10 miles an hour, so it's looking good. Oh, there's the Star. Oh, there it is. There's the Star Alliance livery of the Lufthansa A340 coming over the bridge. So let's see if we can get a little better shot of that for you. We've seen that before, but it's always good to see it again. Get a better look at that on camera 1. As I often say, the A340 is my second favorite commercial aircraft of the moment. The 747 is number 1, but this is number 2, and if you're a regular here, you've heard me say it before. It's because this echoes back to the livery or the design of the original jetliners of the 50s. Obviously it's not an exact look, and obviously this is a wide body and not a narrow body, but at a glance it looks, when I first saw it in the sky, I didn't really, this is before I was doing some plane spotting, I thought, what is that? Is that a 707? Is that a DC-8? Because I didn't have any perspective on it. It looked kind of like that from the ground in the sky, and I looked it up and I thought, oh, it's an A340. So this is one of the less frequently seen aircraft out there. It's, pretty much out of favor with airlines because it's got 4 engines instead of 2, which means more fuel is burned and it's just less efficient. So chances are good we won't be seeing this for too much longer, so that's another reason to savor these views when we get them. And again, if it's not clear from the, I don't even see where it says Lufthansa on there, but I'm sure it is somewhere, but it's Lufthansa flight that came in from Frankfurt. And it is on its way to Terminal D to find a parking space. And if we're lucky, we may get to see this taking off a little later. So cross your fingers. It usually goes out while we are here and hopefully before it's dark. One reason we started a little earlier today, we've been starting at 3 o'clock on Saturdays local time and moved it back to 2 because it just gets dark so early now with the winter months in the northern hemisphere. There's a Delta jet in front there that you just saw pass by. That's on its way to Los Angeles. Delta Flight 1041 and A320. We're just kind of following along with this A340 as long as we can get a look at it. I think you can see a Qatar Airways jet parked there in the background. I think it's parked in the overflow lot there next to Terminal D, where Terminal F will be someday. And I think that flight goes out pretty late at night. If I remember right, Qatar Airways has 2 passenger flights a day here, and we also see usually on Saturday we see a Qatar Airways cargo come in. Triple 7, as I believe, as I recall. So it's a little slow at the moment. There again, we're looking to the east tower, and normally we see planes lining up there to take off, but this afternoon, because DFW is in north flow, there's no planes taking off from this end of the airport right now. Waters says Lufthansa is putting their A380s back into service next summer. Well, well, well. I'm sure that's, in most cases, that's usually a stopgap until newer aircraft are available. There's kind of a backlog in deliveries of newer two-engine aircraft. So hopefully, maybe Lufthansa will favor us with an A380 visit or two. Michelle R.S. says, what a gorgeous view. Yeah, this morning, it was really overcast. I went out, I was doing chores back at the ranch, and I was outside. It was cool. It was just overcast. And to me, that's, if you're going to be outside for a long time doing plane spotting, I like that because then you don't get the sun beating down upon you. But of course, it's not as good for taking pictures because it's just that the planes don't really pop out as they do when the sun shines on them. So we've got sunny skies today, but it's hazy, and I don't know if you can even make out yet. In the background, there's the skyline of Dallas, but it's very hazy. I can hardly see it on my screen. It's maybe a little more apparent on a screen that's not washed out, but there it is. Afsan's Vlogs, Railfan, says hello, and hello to you, Afsan. Good to see you here with us. We've got a plane taking off here. I don't have access to it. Can you see it in the sky there? There it is. It's on camera 3. I set it so that if I'm sitting down here and I can't get to the camera, at least you can see some of the planes taking off. Epic Toastman wants to know, have you tried plane spotting at Dallas Love Field? And I have, and they're just not very welcoming to plane spotters, unfortunately. They wanted all sorts of forms to be filled out and insurance and stuff that I just didn't have, so. Regrettably, we may not be spending a lot of time there at Dallas Love Field, much though I'd like to. Here's Air France that kind of snuck in on us. So the planes are so far away, we're getting a taxi show today. Taxiway DFW. I don't even see this on the radar. Where is it? Oh, there it is. That's a 787-9. It arrived from it. Came in on this side. I just didn't see it sneaking in on us. I'm not used to this. This viewpoint. I mean, I've been here on North Flow days before, but I just never get used to it. So I'll try to do a little better seeing what's coming in, because instead of looking at what's coming in from the north, I'm trying to see what's happening on the south here, and it's just really far away. That was me knocking the handle of camera 2. Sorry about that, folks. I say hello to Bill Caldum. Hey, Bill. Nice to have you aboard. V1 Aviation says the DFW media truck looks amazing, Walt. True mascot. It's a little blurry right now. Fellas, can you get that in focus a little more? Called out to the truck. Somebody's asleep at the wheel back there. Can you dolly out a little more or dolly in? Well, that's not working, is it? It's kind of in the shadows right now. Well, it's a little more in focus. It's supposed to be autofocus, but camera 4, what are you going to do? We'll get a better look at that later when it's a little brighter. T-Monster says, any interesting planes coming up anytime soon? Well, T-Monster, all planes are interesting, right? We should see at least one 747 cargo during the afternoon, maybe 2. We also will see the British Airways Speedbird, Flight 192, coming in from London, and that's an A380, and comes in the 5 o'clock hour generally here. So what's the time? 2:38. So we're about 3 hours away. Epic Toastman wants to know, is the Buy a Brick program still active at Founders Plaza? Well, last week we were right across from the sign which describes that program, and they do have a website which I think is I think I've linked to the Founders Plaza website in the description of this broadcast, so check that out. And you should see the information. The Buy a Brick program, there's bricks that kind of outline the plaza here, and they you can get them not engraved. That's not the word I'm thinking of, is it? Engraved? No. Embossed, perhaps embossed. But anyway, you can have a message put on there to, you know, a loved one or somebody you want to remember, or just something you want people to see. So, and it's $125 a brick. And I think they have a ceremony every year to put the new ones in. So maybe we can come out here for that. Scaled Hobby says hello from Unionville, Michigan. Hello there, Scaled Hobby. When T-Monster comes back, says, I do agree that statement saying all planes are interesting. Poor choice of words on my part. Well, you know, even I get tired of seeing American Airlines planes here because, you know, this is the home of American Airlines, and we see a lot of American Airlines planes and American Eagle planes. So, you know, but there's something interesting about just about every aircraft. Let me get back to my position so we can see some things actually happening here, shall we? Speaking of American Airlines planes, As I was panning, I felt something like wiggle under my finger as I was holding onto the tripod, and I thought a cable had come out, but it was just one of my elastic bands that I use to keep things under control here. And I'm failing you at identifying these planes as they go by, aren't I? There's a Delta plane. We hardly ever get to see the underside of a Delta plane here, because they're all going the other direction. So it was Delta 1389 on its way to Salt Lake City in a A340. And looks like we've got a Frontier rolling down the runway. No, it's coming in. So I guess it's rolling down the runway, but it's coming in on this side from San Francisco. It's an Airbus A320. And what's that on the tail, you say? It's Jack the Rabbit. Bunny. So we've got a, you probably heard it on the air traffic control, we've got a heavy jet coming in on 36 left. It's going to be American Flight 49 from Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris, but it will arrive after the flight in front of it, which is coming in from where's this one coming in from? Los Cabos in Mexico. So we'll watch this come in and we'll try to catch the arrival from Paris on Runway DFW. This one's an Airbus A321. And again, folks, I have not made the mistake of putting Vaseline on the lens today. This is strictly a natural phenomenon. Looks like it's landing in water, but I can assure you that it's not. All right, let's draw a bead now on the big Dreamliner 787-9 coming in from Paris. There it is. Just shy of a 10-hour journey. Whoa. A little jounce to the left there as it was touching down. We've got a north flow, and the wind is coming from the north, so it's flying into the wind. I hadn't seen any comments about it last week. Was it last Saturday? No, I think it was our Wednesday presentation. Was the first time I'd put out a stream in 60 frames a second. I've been holding back on that to conserve bandwidth so that we didn't drop down into freeze frames, as has happened in the past. But I think we've got enough bandwidth now from our mobile provider that we can shove 60 frames a second at you. So it should look just a little sharper, a little clearer, unless we run into some transmission difficulties. So I hope it looks a little better to you. It probably won't make much of a difference if you're looking at it on a phone, but if you're on your big screen TV in the living room, that might help a little bit. Skilled Hobby says, interesting perspective seeing takeoffs versus landings today with the airport operations. Yeah, it is different. I prefer the south flow myself, mainly for you guys, because we're not at such a disadvantage as far as planes being far away from us. Michelle RS says, is it cloudy? Well, you can see there it's pretty much blue skies here, but there are behind us, we're looking towards the east right now. Behind us, it's, I would say, partly cloudy. There's a patch of blue on top of us. Yeah, but behind us it's fairly cloudy, which is going to help as we go through the afternoon here at least. It'll keep some of the sun off of us. Skilled Hobby says, any plans to get a Nighthawk set up for night spotting like the LA guys? Well, of course, Kevin at Airline Videos Live has what he calls a Nighthawk, which is a pretty cool name, and it gets him some spectacular images when there's low light. I am investigating the purchase of a camera which could do that. Sony just came out with a new camera which is fairly reasonably priced. You know, it's still almost $2,000, and that doesn't even count the lens, but it's made for video. I'm not sure if the sensor is going to be good enough for low light situations. I hope to be able to ask Kevin when he's here this coming week, you know, kind of pick his brain about that. And of course, as it gets darker here, with the advent of winter and we have shorter days, it's going to be more crucial to me to have a camera which can operate and bring you nice pictures in the dark. So we will see what we can do. I'm also waiting on YouTube. I've had an issue with YouTube about, you may have noticed that we do not have any way for you to send us super chats. We had it for a little while, and then YouTube took it away from us because of issues with the payment system that YouTube uses, and I write to them about every other day about it, and so we've been without that function for a while. Thank goodness we're having focus problems with our mobile unit today, aren't we? Let's see if this works any better. Oh, there we go. A little different angle. A little sharper image. So anyway, you know, a lot depends on how this channel goes. A lot depends on revenue. So, as you might expect. So I do thank you, those of you who have contributed to our efforts, and you know who you are, and I acknowledge you when you step forward and let us know. We did. I didn't even mention it. We did pass the 7,000 subscriber mark, and you know when we did that, that was on Thursday, I think, when Kevin on Airline Videos Live was talking about us and how they're coming out here, and he mentioned Runway DFW, and you know, a mention from Kevin means a lot, and we got, you know, 20 or 30 new subscribers just from that little mention that put us over the top for 7,000, so we are happy about that. Ken G says, I'm not sure that everyone knows YouTube, when you use Super Chat, takes 37 cents off every dollar you give. That is true, but again, YouTube is supplying us with a worldwide global platform, and we see Jetson's Son is our newest subscriber. Thank you, Justin's Son, if I got that correct. YouTube supplies us with a global platform to stream, and I don't have to pay them anything for sending these pictures to you, so I'm very grateful to YouTube. And you know, it's a business; they've got to make some money, so I understand that. You can make a more direct payment to Runway DFW if you so choose, either a one-time or an ongoing, recurring payment of even $1 a month would be helpful to our ongoing operations. And in the scroll there at the bottom of the screen, you can see where to go to send that. And I think in the chat we have Nightbot popping up every now and again to underline that. So anyway, David Sheffield says, hi Walt, just got Saturday chores done, can sit down and take a break. Thanks. Thank you, David. We hope to give you a pleasant afternoon or evening wherever you may be. Kel's 1136 says, Runway DFW, congratulations on the subs. Thank you. Afsan's Vlog says, I'm coming here to Founders Plaza to see you and watch planes. What are you going to say once I say hello when I got there? Well, I guess I'll have time to think about that, won't I? And Jim Gemmel says, don't mention YouTube issues. All right, I won't. I mean, I like YouTube. I have no problem with it. I just wish I could get on board. I'm a YouTube creator, and I'm in that program. But hey there, Nabila D. Runway DFW. Good afternoon, Walt. Good afternoon to you. Glad you could be with us as I sit here in my chair and punch buttons and watch planes go by. That one's going pretty straight up, isn't it? That was American Airlines Flight 1368. The 737-800 on its way to El Paso in Texas. have more planes getting ready to take off. We have a plane coming in from Lima in Peru. This is one of the rare long-range narrow-body flights that American operates. It's an A321. It's flight 350. It's been in the air for 6 hours and 37 minutes. From South America. Just checking in now to see where flight 192 is, British Airways, coming in from London, the A340. And am I looking for 193? Dallas to London. Scheduled arrival 10:30 a.m. That doesn't look right. To apply one of my other filters here. So hang on, folks. I'm looking for our A380 flight today to see. It's just flying over Hudson Bay in Canada right now. It's running a little late. Flight 193 is what I was looking for. It's estimated to be an hour late, so we'll see it at 6 o'clock tonight. I'm talking about the British Airways Flight 193, the A380 coming in from London. So if you can hang around for that, it's 3 hours away, right here on Runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Hey everyone, just our way of reminding you who we are and what we do and where we're at. It's Saturday, October 8th, 2022. Your plane pal, your sky buddy, Walt, is here with action from DFW International Airport on Runway DFW. These regional jets climb into the sky really fast. I don't even think I can see this one. Where'd it go? It's up there somewhere. Oh well, I missed that one. Take camera 2. There you can see kind of the high puffy clouds we have in the skies over DFW Airport this afternoon. It's looking a lot grayer as we point towards the north. But on our wide shot on camera 3, not much to see there. I'm seeing Qatar Airways flight from Doha, which has been in the air almost 15 hours. It's an A350. It's coming in, be here in about 10 minutes. Chances are it'll come in on the east side, but we'll see what happens. That's, of course, an American Eagle Embraer 175 on its way to Lubbock, Texas. We've got a lot of takeoffs going on right now. That was American Flight 2627 on its way to Oklahoma City. It's like a shooting gallery here today. And that was American Eagle Flight 3129 on its way to Little Rock, Arkansas. And here comes an arrival. I think this is Viva Aerobus Flight 684 arriving from Monterrey in Mexico. An Airbus A321. And yeah, there's the familiar colorful livery of Viva Aerobus. Trying to see where that Qatar flight is coming in on which side. Next arrival on this side is going to be American Flight 1314 from Durango, Colorado, an Airbus A319. Let's see if we can pick that one out of the sky for you. believe I see it. And again, we're operating, or the airport is operating in what they call north flow. North flow. This means airplanes are taking off from the south end of the airport into the wind, and they're landing from the south with their noses pointed at the north. And as a result, they're very far away from us when they land and when they initially take off. And that means our view is not quite as crystal clear as we would like it to be. That Delta Flight 1528 on its way to Minneapolis, St. Paul, an Airbus A340. And this American Airlines A321 just landed a moment ago from San Francisco. Meanwhile, we'll see if we can catch this one taking flight. That was American Flight 1284, 737-800 on its way to Colorado Springs in the state of Colorado. Bye-bye, runway, Collin County. He's leaving us. He and his dad came out, spent a couple hours here. American Flight 2783 is on its way to Seattle, an Airbus A321. And let's see if we can see where. Looks like the Qatar Airways A350 is on a trajectory for the east side. Maybe if we're lucky we can pluck it out of the sky for you as it comes in for a landing. As our regular viewers are aware, DFW Founders Plaza, where we are, is just to the north of the UPS cargo hub here at DFW. Normally a busy place on weekdays. On the weekends, planes are pretty much idle. There you see an MD-11 in the foreground and 3 other planes behind it. And people here enjoying the afternoon at DFW Founders Plaza. Now, as for that A350, so we're looking to the southeast now, where we should see the trajectory of planes coming in. And do I see it there already? I think that's it. By Jove. So once again, because it's coming in on the east side of DFW, we won't be able to see it land. We'll see it glide down, go behind buildings, and then we'll be able to observe it coming over the bridge from the east side. And it's coming in from Doha. It's been in the air just over 15 hours. There it goes behind the Grand Hyatt Hotel. And so the next place we're likely to see it will be all the way up here. Maybe be able to see its tail. But that's where it will be coming over the bridge from the east side of this massive airport. Ken G says, dang, it looks foggy now. It really doesn't look foggy here, but it is pretty hazy. And again, that's the skyline of Dallas back there. Normally we can see it fairly clearly. That plane just in the upper left-hand corner of the screen was on its way to Austin. Did I say upper left? I meant upper right. Sorry about that. I think I saw that there on the left side of your screen, behind those trees, is the tail of the Qatar flight that just came in. It's going to turn around and then come over that bridge you see there in the central portion of your screen. Scaled Hobby says we've got a special livery coming in from Seattle in about 18 minutes. So thank you for that advisory. We'll be on the lookout for that. Larry Osborne says good afternoon from Central Iowa. Good to see you. And we have a very kind donation from Stuart Tingley. Let me see if I can get this on the screen. This wasn't working last time. There we go. Walt, don't spend this all in one place. LOL. Thanks for the wonderful stream. Thank you, Stuart. That means a lot. Appreciate it. And now the sports report. Patrick McClone says it's an absolutely beautiful day in DFW, and Texas beat OU 49-0. Whoa. Yes, today's the annual, what do they call it? The Red River Showdown. They used to call it the Red River Shootout, but cooler heads prevailed. Now they call it the Showdown. But at any rate, the Sooners will be limping back home with their tails behind their legs, I guess, because boy, that's a drubbing. I've been thinking we should have a college football scoreboard on here. My Mrs. Runway DFW has discouraged me from doing that. But hey, if you're watching this, you're probably not watching sports anyway, right? And Afsan's vlog says, when I come, I will look like a green shirt with letters and pink pants. So, should be able to pick you out of the crowd there, Afsan. We haven't even tried this today. We've got our Flight Radar 24 is all hooked up. And I can show you Flight Radar 24 because I'm a business member of Flight Radar 24 now. I actually feed them data from my house. And so I'm a data feeder, and so I get to have their business subscription. So there's an overview of DFW Airport and all the planes there, and Flight Radar 24 is a pretty cool thing to have. So if you haven't checked it out, check it out. They have a free version you can look at either on the web at flightradar24.com or with an iOS or an Android app. So there's all the activity here. Lots of it is planes taxiing, of course. And we check in with Nick D. Good afternoon from northeast or northwest Iowa. And there's that Qatar A340 coming over the bridge. See if we can get a better look at it as it taxis down to terminal number D. Yes, it's not a number really, it's a letter. So oftentimes we will see this flying in here on right in front of us. But that's one of those things that's up to the controllers. Since it's coming in from a destination to the east of us, logically it would be directed to land on the east side of the airport, which is away from where we can see. I think this is as close as we've gotten to any plane today. That A350 is just 2 years old, dating back to May of 2020. It came in early. It came in almost 45 minutes early today. Even though it left about 25 minutes late from Doha, so made up some time. And that's even though it was flying against the jet stream. Well, let's see if we can show you something that's landing here at the airport. Will we catch it? I don't know if we will catch it before we get dialed in here. Just barely. Can't even tell if it's landed yet. That was American Flight 1870 coming in from Eagle, Colorado in A319. Here is the blue sky over Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Next arrival is also an American Eagle flight, being Embraer 175, arriving from Sioux Falls. Kind of see it glimmering. But I'll be honest with you, my friends, it's a little difficult to see, a little difficult to make out. Because when it lands, even when it touches down, it's about 2.5 miles from us. As I like to call it, an impressionistic view of airplanes landing at DFW Airport. Oh, yeah. We've got what they call south flow today.
Are they going to change it south?
I mean, we got north flow. I'm sorry. I don't know. The wind seems pretty steady from the north, so.
Yeah, 'cause I see that plane. It's supposed to hit some.
Yeah, what's it doing there? I didn't even see that one. Well, yeah, we've got this. Let me see if I can show this to you. Maybe they're confused. Or maybe they're... Oh, what's going on? So here's what we're looking at. This American Eagle flight 5895. It's bound for Wichita, Kansas. It's a CRJ 900 ER. And it's just kind of parked there as though it was getting ready to take off on runway 18 left, although the operations today are happening at the other end of the airport because of a pretty steady wind from the north. So the question is why it's there. Did they get bad information, or what's happening? It's American Airlines flight to Santa Ana, California, the John Wayne Airport. 737-800 flight 2659. It took off kind of low. And usually planes are up in the air by the time they get to that point, so I don't know. There wasn't a problem with it. Way down there somewhere is American flight 2459 to Los Angeles. Oh, I think I see it now. Let's flip over to camera 1. Be an A321. It's kind of behind those little equipment sheds there right now. And that was flight 1670 arriving from Albuquerque there in the foreground. And yes, down there somewhere in that heat haze is the flight that's bound for LAX. So we'll try to follow that along into the air for you. So there again is the Wichita-bound flight, or at least that's what the flight radar tells us. Not sure what's happening with it. Got a Las Vegas bound flight. Did it take off that early? Well, this is American Eagle flight 5812. On its way to McAllen, Texas. I never did get a fix on that Los Angeles flight, did I? Should be somewhere in that vicinity, but I'm not sure exactly where. Wait, in that vicinity. Does anybody see a plane down there? You'll see one crossing into your view, which has just arrived from Los Angeles. We're waiting for one that's going to Las Vegas. I'm just not seeing it down there. Oh, there it is. Here's the flight to Las Vegas. You can see why we couldn't see it. Bunch of disconnected pixels at this range. Meanwhile, back at the top end of runway 18 left, or a taxiway adjacent to it, is this lonesome flight which is supposed to be going to Wichita, Kansas. Don't know what the status is right now. We've got a flight coming in from Santa Ana, California. The John Wayne Airport. Pilgrim. Arriving on 36 left. The 737-800. I guess when the A380 comes in, it might look a little clearer because it's a much bigger plane, but we are atmospherically challenged here today on Runway DFW. And now I'm seeing some ground operations vehicles, pickup trucks, which we see that do runway inspections or just checking to make sure everything's okay. So there they are. Well, look who's here. It's Kevin at Airline Videos Live. Hey, Kevin. The excitement is building for your visit in just a couple days on Tuesday. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday is when Kevin will be out here with his camera and his tripod and his gear, and he will show you DFW Airport as you have not seen it yet. So I did let Kevin know that I've got his batteries for him. He sent them to my address, and they're charging up, so he'll be all set to go when he's here. Here's that flight to Wichita, and Roger Williams saying at that rate they'll never get to Wichita because they're kind of parked at the wrong end of the runway right now. I didn't see what, if they had made an approach to take off and then they pulled off or what. There's certainly been no emergency equipment around that plane, so I don't think there's having any kind of an emergency. I've gotten a message that our stream quality has been reduced because of internet difficulties. So if you're seeing any interruption in our signal, I guess we're having a bit of taking a bit of a hit here right now. So hang in there. It's looking like it's improving, but sometimes these things are very transient. And that was me banging our camera 2 tripod there. We have a young plane spotter there, getting a look at, maybe his first look at big airport operation. And he's looking at the Stand Up to Cancer livery of American Airlines, which we see right there. That came in from Ontario, California. It's flight 1820, an Airbus A321. You get a little better look at the livery. If you're just joining us, we are in what they call north flow operations today here at the airport. And what that means is that it's essentially reverse operations as to what we normally have. And what am I seeing here? Well, that one snuck up on us, didn't it? It's Cargo Lux, flight 6616, arriving from Mexico City. Took off just shy of 2 hours ago from the capital city of Mexico. And we'll often see 2 Cargo Lux 747s here on a Saturday afternoon. We get a shot of a baby bottom and of a Queen of the Skies. That's one advantage of operating out of the back of a pickup truck. We get a little above the crowd here, but you know. wasn't in the mood to be in a truck bed for 6 hours today. It's a Boeing 747-8. It is a 9-year-old aircraft dating back to March of 2013. Always good to see the Queen of the Skies here. Regrettably, we don't have any scheduled passenger operations for the big jet. But again, we will be seeing the Airbus A380 coming in from London, running about an hour late today. So around 6 o'clock Central Time, about 2 hours and 15 minutes from now. And you know what we're going to be able to do here is we're going to be able to tilt up just a bit and watch the arrival of Qantas Flight 7 from Sydney. This is a Dreamliner. It is, last I checked, the 5th longest scheduled passenger flight, I think in terms of miles. But this has been in the air for 14 hours and 41 minutes. And again, if you can't tell it from that blob, it's a 787-9 Dreamliner. All the way from down under. And I'm seeing on the flight radar, it says this is Yam Dreaming livery. Have you seen this before? Yam, Y-A-M Dreaming. I think I've seen it, but I don't know if I've seen it in person. I mean, I may have seen it on someone else's stream somewhere. Can't tell you a lot about it, don't know what it means, but it's as close as we can get to it, ladies and gentlemen. It's definitely more intricate than the regular Qantas livery. I was watching Sid Squad yesterday from Sydney, and one of the members of their team were on their way to Bangkok, And I guess they're going to do some shows from Bangkok. Should be interesting. I don't think I've ever seen a live broadcast from the airport in Bangkok, so that'll be fun to watch. Tony McCall says he saw that one on a live stream have a tail strike leaving London. Whoa, well, looks like the tail is A-OK now. There's that American Eagle flight that was bound for Wichita. We don't know what the status of it is. It's been parked there for quite a while. Coming over the bridge there is American Flight 280 that just arrived from Korea, Seoul. And I don't know why it would come in on the east side, other than the fact that that's where they were told to land. There they go. The Qantas plane, still looking for a place to park. And it looks like American Flight 50 to London Heathrow, be a 777, is now on its way to the starting gate down at the end of runway runway 36 right. There it is. So I'll be taking off to London soon. And again, I apologize for the lack of fidelity of that shot, but we've just got seems like an unusual amount of ground haze today. It's not a particularly hot day. We're still in the shade here, and it's 82 degrees, which is very pleasant for North Texas at any time of year. We have another Cargolux 747, which we will be seeing soon. It is outgoing, so we see see if we can catch the tail of this one just going in to the cargo area there. It's one we saw earlier, but there's one coming out, which will be on its way to Chicago O'Hare. That will be the cutaway livery of the Cargolux plane. It's got as you look at it, it's got an illustration of what it looks like inside the plane. So we won't get a very good look at that. We'll try to catch it as it comes out of the parking area there. Looks like the American Flight 50, which is on its way to London Heathrow, is on its way to the east side of the airport, so we won't get to see it take off in front of us here. And finally, this American Eagle flight, which had been... Where did it go? It's turning around. And there it is. It had been parked up here at the north end of what is currently designated as runway 36 right. It wasn't on the runway, of course, but it's just been parked there for a while. So it's on the move. Don't know if it's going to take off or if it's going to be going back to the terminal. Don't know. It had a flight. It has a flight number 5831. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Flight 5895. It's a Mesa Airlines jet being operated on behalf of American Eagle. The CRJ 900. I don't see what its takeoff time was supposed to have been. So another one of those airport mysteries we may never find the answer to. Here's our look at the North Radar Tower and the big American flag that's there, and as you can see, we're looking towards the east-northeast there, and the flag would indicate that the wind is blowing from the north. Probably about 8 miles an hour, I would guess. Runway Collin County says, Runway DFW, hello, just got home, had a good time hanging with you today. Was fun, hope to do it again sometime. I hope you will too. Runway Collin County has his own channel here on YouTube. Tony McCall says, love how you describe 82 degrees, and that's Fahrenheit, as not too hot. That would be melting at that in Scotland, haha. Yeah, I realize everything is relative here on Runway DFW, or you know, when you talk about different parts of the world. We are currently pointing our camera that direction. We're hoping to see the another Cargolux runway 747 poke its nose out down there. I see a checkered flag. I guess they're doing some work on a taxiway down there. K-Ho says, hello everyone, and hello Walt. Good to see you, K-Ho. So what does everybody think that, I wonder what Kevin's first impressions of DFW Airport will be, having never been here before. I'm sure he's been to a lot of airports. He'll be overwhelmed with the number of American Airlines planes here, I think. Joshua Rodriguez says I'll be coming to Dallas on October 22nd. Well, I hope you will have a good arrival and a good stay here. You just saw a plane lifting off from the east side. I think that was our London flight that we saw earlier. Pick it up on camera 1 as it lifts off for London town. I'm assuming that's what that is. I haven't looked at it over at the radar yet. Could I be wrong? Of course I could be wrong. No, that's it. That's the American Flight 50 off to London Heathrow. A 777. It's kind of cool to see it lifting off from our fixed camera 2 there. There it goes off to the clouds. And let's see how much of this cutaway livery we can see of the cargo lux. A little indistinct there, isn't it? Oh well. Yeah, and that one's going to Chicago O'Hare. 747-8. That one is 7 years old. And it is 4 o'clock here at Runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Yes, it's Saturday, October 8th, 2022, as we watch this 747 recede over a little hillock, I guess they would say. It's 4 o'clock here in the Central Time Zone, and we are with you for, I don't know how many more hours. Who's to say? It's up to the gods of the internet, I think. But we'll hang out as long as we can, as long as there's things to see on this Saturday here on Runway DFW. Douglas Bruce just subscribed as our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Douglas. Plane Spotting with Keith says, I love watching the planes take off here, then hearing them go overhead. Just heard AA-50 go overhead. That was the London-bound flight we saw just a short time ago. Wayne Hartshorn says, British Airways must be regretting, Douglas Bruce just subscribed. Hello, Douglas, thank you. British Airways must be regretting retiring their 747s, especially since they came out with Emirates and asked for A380neo. A380neo, really? I hadn't heard about that. Interesting. I think we've got a subscription stuck on the screen there, don't we? Okay. Irving Super Gaming says, I'll be coming out to DFW on June 1st to go to Oaxaca in Mexico. It's one of my favorite words to say, Oaxaca. And there in the very hazy distance, about 2 miles distant from where we are, is the Cargolux plane 747 headed to the Windy City. We wish we had a clearer image of it that far away from us, but if we're lucky, we'll get to see it at least take off right in front of us. That'll be nice. Looks like there'd be nothing in its way as far as being able to turn and burn here. Now this is designated as Flight 62N, and I was told, I can't remember who told me in the chat there somewhere, that when you have a letter appended to a flight number, it indicates that it's a flight that was delayed from a day earlier or earlier, and it's operating on a day that it's not normally supposed to operate. Or maybe there's 2 flights that are operating on this. I don't know. Anyone who can enlighten us, be happy to hear about it. But anyway, it looks like it's certainly in position to take off from runway 36 right. Still on the move. And again, this is the Cargolux Cutaway livery, which depicts what happens inside of a 747 cargo plane. So hopefully we'll get a little better look at it as it passes in front of us, if indeed it is going to take off from that position. That was the sound of my water bottle falling to the pavement. Let me get a sip here. It's good water. So our first Queen of the Sky is taking off today. Can you even tell that's a 747 from this distance? I think you can. But I have been here on days when it's a lot clearer looking that far down the runway. All right, here we go. So there you saw it, the inside look at a Cargo Lux 747. The wind's getting a little gustier right now. See, maybe going up to 15 miles an hour, maybe? Tony McCall says he's seen flight numbers with P for positioning or M for maintenance as well. Okay, well that's something to keep in mind. Kells 1136, that's a cool livery on that Cargo Lux. And Bebe says, great shot, lovely cutaway livery too. And Plane Spotting with Key says the most common reason for the letter appended to a flight number is a flight delayed overnight, causing two flights with the same number on the same day. And an appreciation from Kells 1136 says, so much to learn about with the plane spotting stuff. Thanks. Yeah, we all learn things together here. It's kind of like a giant brain. If somebody doesn't know the answer, somebody else will. And we're coming to you, of course, as we always do, live from the Runway DFW satellite truck, beaming our signal into the skies. We had a slight disruption earlier, but I think we're back on track. With a moment of quietude here, let's check Flight Radar 24 to see what's going on. Looks like we've got a flight coming in now. Shall we take a look at that? When you hear that noise, that's me kicking my chair out from under me as I get back into position here. This is American Flight 60 coming in from Narita Airport in Tokyo. Touching down after just a little over 11 hours in the sky. this 787-8 Dreamliner. Of course, I believe that that American and most other Western-oriented airlines are still avoiding Russian airspace because of the ongoing conflict, and so their flights to and from many points in the Far East take a little bit longer because they've got to kind of skirt the Russian territory, whereas normally they'd fly over. I remember when I went to Korea in 2016 from here on American, I remember flying over Russia and, you know, seeing it on the map and looking out the window and saying, oh, that's Russia down there. It's kind of a little jog to go to on planes coming from and to Tokyo and Seoul from here, but there's some other destinations which would fly a lot over the territory of Russia. And we will tell you that that was Spirit Airlines Flight 2701 on its way to Las Vegas, an A321. Here is the big picture as far as the sky goes. As far as the sky looking towards the east, still more clouds to the west of us. I don't think we're due for any precipitation today, however. As usual, we're coming to you from DFW Founders Plaza, immediately overlooking the UPS cargo facility, which is idle today. Jane Elizabeth says Jupiter is above the moon tonight. Amazing. We'll look out for that if it's not too cloudy here. Angela Smith says, no crowd around you today, Walt. Nice breeze, isn't it? It's a very nice breeze. It's a northerly wind. It's still just 80 degrees in the shade, although we are about to get out of the shade here because the MRI says great view of the UPS terminal. Yeah, if we were down where those people are there, you get an even better view of it, but I chose to be up here today because there's no activity there today. So last Wednesday I was down on that side of the airport, or of the Founders Plaza, which we had some UPS comings and goings, and that made it interesting. We could look and see them putting the cargo and taking it out of the planes, and so it's a good place to hang out when we have some activity there. Not today, however. And MR also says Runway DFW on Roku is far better than cell phone or laptop. Yeah, I love watching. Well, I don't get to watch my stream live, of course, but some of the other streams, Kevin's and Big Jet TV, you watch it on a big screen TV, and it's another world, really. So if you haven't tried it, give it a try. You don't need, I guess most TVs these days come with a built-in way for you to watch YouTube. Steve E says 65 degrees today in Whitesboro, Texas. Well, Whitesboro is not too far from here. It's to the north of where I live in Pilot Point. But I think it was that this morning. I don't think it is now, is it? Or we do have a cold front coming in from the north. I don't know. We have a plane coming in, but it's so indistinct. Let's see if we can pick it up for you here. Oh, it's a small plane. It's American Eagle Flight 3189, a CRJ 701ER coming in from St. George in Utah. Looks like we're about to see Frontier Flight 2711 lifting off. There it is. Who's on the tail? Is that the bunny rabbit we saw earlier? Couldn't quite make it out. But yeah, Jack the Rabbit. You're looking at the east tower of DFW Airport there. Which is depicted along with the other two towers of DFW on one of Airline Video's live new t-shirts that are available over on their site. It's got 3 towers. And that's the east tower. Here is the central tower, which was, it hasn't been decommissioned, it's just not used right now. But I was told that it is fully operational, and if they needed to move in there, they could, and operate flights out of DFW, just as a backup. It's got all the equipment, it's got everything ready inside the tower, and they just have to turn it on, and they go in there every now and again, and they practice, and they make sure everything's working. But the reason they built the east and west towers is because from this tower, they don't have the sight lines that they have from, of the east and west runways. And Ian Billington, who was my guide over in the east tower last week, said there have been talks about building a new central tower, but he said it would have to be much taller in order to get the kind of view they would really need to have to operate from there. So that's interesting. And he also told me something else that's interesting about this airport as opposed to a lot of other airports around the world, that there's no restrictions on the number of flights here because it's such a big airport. They have so many runways that you know, really the only limitation on flights here is the terminal space. And DFW is already addressing that issue. Edson, I can't see your last name, Edson, but thank you for being our newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Let's look at the terminals here, the animation. And there are the A, B, C, D, and E terminals. And there are plans afoot to build Terminal F, which you see in this animation from DFW Airport. This is an older animation, and they say, so it could be open as soon as 2025. Well, that's not really going to happen. But apparently they have devoted some funds to developing the plans to build Terminal F there. And as you can see, up to 24 new gates. They have added some gates. There's actually, at Terminal F, there is a place where planes can park and buses can come up and take passengers to the terminal. And they've also built some new gates at some of the other terminals. I can't remember exactly which ones. So they've built some like outlying gates at some of those terminals. So, but there are ways to make more gates here in another terminal. So this probably will continue to be the place to come in and out when you are when you're going to North Texas. And I thought, well, you know, there are some outlying communities which could have the potential for, you know, an alternate airport. Like near where I work in Sherman, Texas, or Sherman-Denison, Texas, which is up near the Oklahoma border. There's a former Air Force base, which is now a civilian airport. And the runways are, you know, plenty long enough, and it could support commercial aviation for far north Texas and for southern Oklahoma. But, well, who's to say? Tony McCall says, did they have any thoughts about deploying a digital tower to solve some of those sightlines? And you know what? I asked Ian Billington, my guide, about that, because I had read that there are some places where you know, I was telling him in the television industry, they now have hubs where they can control TV stations that are thousands of miles away. You know, some things that engineers at those facilities used to have to do in person. And I had read about digital towers where they just have a, you know, it kind of resembles a tower setup, and there's big screen TVs all around. And I asked Ian about that, and he said, well, you know, that's probably not going to happen at any big airports. They have tried that with some smaller ones. But you just don't get the same kind of perspective that you get. I mean, you can see things on a screen, but if they don't have the, you know, if you can't get that 3D perspective that you can by looking at a giant window, especially when you're dealing with all this stuff that's going on, you know, right in front of you, that would be kind of hard to do. So, you know, never say never, but the view from the tower that I got was that that's not going to happen here at DFW or any big airports. So that was interesting. That's a good question. Tony McCall says the tower at London City Airport is over 100 miles away now. They've also deployed some of the tech at London Heathrow to assist them. Well, that's interesting. I was told that, so even though I was blown away by the technology they have at the tower that you see right there that I visited last week, no, I was told by the folks up there that, up in Canada, for instance, they have some advanced technology that is just not currently available here. And, because it's the government and they've got budgets and, it's one of those things, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And, the thing that stood out to me, as I said, I think in our broadcast last week, was that there's, they print out these strips of paper and they put them in these plastic holders, and then they kind of line them up on a board, like, they can just arrange them manually, and then they first go to the controller who's controlling the ground operations, and then that person slides these tiles over to the person who is controlling the takeoffs. And so it seemed that was something I didn't expect to see. But and I did see subsequently on the FAA website that they're developing a way to do that, to have an analogous way of doing that, but digitally on a screen. So we will see. And Nick Woodward says the Qatar 777 freighter is 7 minutes out. So we'll be on the lookout for that. Thank you, Nick. Michelle RS says, look at that tower. And I can tell you, it's I think we've all driven past control towers, and just to be able to have the privilege of going up in that very tippy top part under the white cap there's a radar, a ground radar cap up there. Oh, well, look at that. There's the A340 taking off. The Star Alliance A340 going back to Frankfurt. Well, we did get to see it. I was just sitting here gabbing with you guys, and there it went right through the shot on camera 2, so we fired up camera 1 to get you a look at that special livery. And it does say Lufthansa there on the front under where it says Star, but other than that, it's pretty Star Alliance oriented, isn't it? Do all the Star Alliance special liveries sublimate the name of the airline in that way? Because of course it even takes over the tail, so aside from the Lufthansa colors, it's kind of hard to say. And again, we don't see a lot of Star Alliance livery here because we're a one world airport here at DFW, which is Americans Alliance. So a good long look at the A340. When things are far away and they're not on the ground, of course you don't get that ground haze effect. This Volaris flight just landed. They always have a name on them. Do we see the name on that? Can't read it on my monitor. That came in from can't see where that came in from. Guadalajara, that A320. American Airlines Flight 20 to London Heathrow has lit up on the radar. It'll be a 777. Chances are it's going to be taking off from the east side of the airport. There's a Qatar A340 in the Terminal F area there. It has lit up on the radar, but it may be just being repositioned, I don't know. Looking out for that Qatar cargo plane, which we're also supposed to be greeting soon. I see it now. It's coming in from LAX. It's about 3 minutes away. So the Qatar cargo 777 from LAX, I think it looks like it's lined up to come in on this side. So we'll take a look at that coming on in. You're on Runway DFW. There's that Volaris plane seeking its Terminal D home. There is the wide view of the big Texas sky. And I think we have within view now our Qatar cargo plane. But no, I don't think that's it. That is an incoming American Eagle flight from Del Rio, Texas, CRJ 701. So now let us see if we can see that Qatar cargo plane. I do see it now with my, I spy with my little eye. Not much for our autofocus to grab onto there. Rather indistinct in the cloudy skies to the south of us. Again, that wind is kind of gusting from the north right now. This plane will make a left turn. And head on over to the cargo side of the west side of DFW Airport. This big 777 is just 3 years old, and it's gonna disappear on us. May see it later on its way to the next destination. We still got a cargo lux sitting back there. Typically that second cargo lux goes back to the home base of Luxembourg. So this looks like it might be the American 777 that's headed to London Heathrow, although I don't know why it's pointed in this direction. One would think its nose would be pointed to the south. Maybe it's going to make a U-turn. Mike G says, I love the 777, a great looking aircraft, and the Qatar livery is great. So Mrs. Runway DFW has alerted me to a Brad Ward alert. Brad Ward says, don't have the sound on, so if Walt says hi, I'm not ignoring him. So I'll just have to, what can I do? I'll have to wave at the camera. So wave to Brad. Glad to have you aboard, Brad. Or should I just say it really loud? Glad to have you aboard, Brad. Brad Ward, for those of you who don't know, and I can't imagine anybody who doesn't is know that he's the executive producer at Airline Videos Live. But regrettably, I don't think he's going to be making the trip along with Kevin to see us in person. So maybe we'll get to see him in person one of these days. Of course, Brad is still recuperating, I guess, from a bout with COVID-19. So I hope he's done with that, I hope. Somebody see some pizza talk there in the chat room. Pizza sounds really good. I have a... Oh, and can you see there, right in the middle of your screen, just to the left of the tower? See if we can get a closer look at that. See that white tail with the green on it? I think that's the American Airlines Air Reno livery, if I'm not mistaken. Special livery. A little hard to tell. One of the more interesting special liveries that American Airlines has. Brad Ward says, oh, that's nice of him. I guess that's referring to me waving. Hi, Walt. Hi, Brad. So nice to have you here. We're looking at a shot which is very much influenced by ground atmospheric conditions. The American Airlines Special Air Reno livery. I think that's what that is. It's a little hard to look at, to be honest. It looks like it's underwater. And Michelle RS is with us. Brad Ward, I think it's ridiculous you aren't coming to Dallas. Rethink that. I was going to give you a tour, Brad, of the Runway DFW satellite truck. Now you're going to miss out on it. Well, let's see if there's any airplanes landing or taking off here, shall we? Oh, I see a bunch of airplanes that are lining up at the south end of DFW on runway 36 right is the takeoff runway. And unfortunately our view of it is compromised by haze and ground haze and stuff. That should be not that plane there. That just came in from Mexico City. This plane behind those little equipment huts is American Eagle Flight 3727 on its way to Amarillo, Texas. It's an Embraer 175. There's just a bunch of planes behind it. They're all going to take off in a row here. We'll try to keep up with them. Alright, this one's gotten the clearance.
American 1497, connect 4 center, 124.75, good day. 2475, American 1495, left east shortly. Departure citation 1252 Delta, subcourse 6 for 8, so 1252 Delta, direct Grabby.
And if you're just joining us, these planes that we're looking at taking off from way down there, they're about 2.5 miles away from us when they start rolling. Bet that the next plane in line is already rolling down the runway. Oh, and there it is. There is Air France headed back to Paris. The 787-9. It has left the friendly confines of Terminal D and is now on its way to the east side for takeoff over yonder. This should be United Flight 2655. 737-800 lifting off for Denver.
Here we got visual 369. Clear line 365.
Next flight out is an American Airlines 737-800 on its way to Oklahoma City, flight 1810. Way down there somewhere. There it is. Dina Greeno says, "Hi Walt, another great stream. I'll be flying into DFW from Lubbock in a few weeks. Then onward to London on the BA A380. Well, that sounds fun. First time flying the A380 upper deck. I'll remember to wave as I take off. I'll bet you'll be too busy just having fun on the A380, but we'll look for you. We'll watch out for you." Mike G wants to know, Walt, will you do a show from Love Field Airport? Well, we did one show from there. That was several months ago. And we just weren't very welcome there, frankly. I mean, I hope someday we can go back. And there's some great places to watch planes taking off there. And here goes the Air France off to Paris from the east side. That was a pretty quick turnaround, that Air France flight. Yeah, Mrs. Runway DFW, if you're listening, I hope one day that we can travel to France together. She's been there, I haven't. Well, just after 5 o'clock here on your home for live DFW activities. It's Runway DFW.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW in color.
It is Saturday, it's October, it's the 8th day of the month, and you're watching Runway DFW. Now in our third hour, well, we finished 3 hours, we're going into our fourth hour here at the big airport on this Saturday afternoon. Thank you all for joining us. We're having some fun. We're watching planes, we're seeing people, we're hanging out, so hang out with us if you would on Runway DFW. So I am scrolling through our messages here. Lots of folks are having fun in there. Mrs. Runway DFW says, Walt, Bill called him, says hello. I think I acknowledged that earlier, but if I didn't, I apologize. Hello, Bill. There's his message. Please tell Walt hello for me. I've been with this stream from the beginning. Love it. Thank you, ma'am. And yes, I've given a thumbs up. Thank you very, very much. Tony McCall says Kevin and Airline Videos would need a fleet of trucks for the amount of equipment they use. And of course, Kevin is coming here. And of course, I don't know that Kevin has anything like the Runway DFW satellite truck, but he has enlisted me to be his bearer of batteries. So he had Amazon ship me a couple of his special Jackery batteries, which you see on the behind-the-scenes footage on his channel. And so he'll be all powered up here when he gets here with a little assist from Runway DFW. You're saying, Walt, why don't you just lend him the generators that are in your satellite truck? And, well, He didn't ask, he just said, oh, I'm going to send my batteries, so.
Looking for traffic at 133.3, air shuttle 5804.
Afsan's vlog says, you came here by your truck? Today I did not come here by my truck, I came here by my car. So we're not in the Runway DFW F-150 today. Yeah, we're up to, wow, 7,050 subscribers. So we're on our way. Should it even go to should it even count 8,000 or just go right to 10,000? Maybe I'll just go right to, I won't even acknowledge 9,000. We'll just, or 8,000. We'll just go right to 10,000. And Wes says, that's a high-tech truck. It is indeed. There's nothing like it, I don't think you'll find here on the interwebs. And Vince Las Vegas says, I love how the Reno Air retro livery stands out from the rest of the pack. Dare to be different. And you know, we did take a close look at that earlier, Vince. We'll try it again. It was kind of, we were getting a lot of ground haze, but we're getting some more wind now. Maybe it's a little clearer. But there's a closer look at it on camera. One is kind of sinking. There it is. Yeah, it is pretty distinctive. And you say, if you're not familiar with that livery, you'd say, what is that? It's like a splotch. Like a splotch on the tail, or somebody forgot to paint the rest of the tail or something, but no, it's supposed to be like mountains and stuff, right? That's not, you know, that's not the full look at the Reno Air livery there. Maybe we'll get to see it pull back. Maybe we won't. Ms. Wolf 13 is a fan of our truck. There's a plane climbing into the sky from camera 3. That's American Flight 2100 off to Santa Ana, California. 737-800. You hear that hum? It's me plugging my iPad in so it will get charged up for our next musical interlude. I don't know why it has that hum. I mean, normally you only get that when you plug into a power outlet. And everything is battery operated here. That is a SkyWest plane. CRJ 700 or 701, I can never be sure. It's off to CLL, which I can't remember what airport that is. College Station, okay, College Station, Texas, home of the Texas A&M Aggies. Of course, if you like American Airlines, you've come to the right place, because American and American Eagle control about 85% of the traffic here at DFW. That was American flight. Don't have the flight number, but it's on its way to San Francisco. That 737-800. That was American Eagle Flight 3748 on its way to Midland, Texas. It looks like our next takeoff will be this one, if I can punch it up in time. You were just treated to American Flight 1456 on its way to Salt Lake City, Utah, an Airbus A321.
27,000 American 4100. And departure American 1456 at 2.7 on the Hood engine.
Looks like we have a Spirit Airlines aircraft next out of the gate. Flight 867 on its way to Los Angeles, an A320. And the yellow bird is right there. And again, if you're just joining us, we are operating under what other airports might call reverse operations. The technical term for it here, I found out last week, is north flow. So normally, generally speaking, we're in south flow, where the traffic is to the south. Today we're in north flow, where the traffic is going to north, so it's landing from the south, taking off to the north. North flow.
American 1363 is with you, visual 365. Land 365, American 1363.
If you're wondering where the British Airways A380 is, which was supposed to get here at 5 o'clock per the usual schedule, the Speedbird is a bit delayed today. Will be coming in around 6 o'clock, so stand by for that. Vivek Shetty says Finnair is ready for takeoff. Let me look at my radar. I'll have to see what the status of that is. Karen Monson says, isn't DFW also a major hub for Southwest? No, just the opposite. It is, we don't have any Southwest Airlines flights here whatsoever, none. Southwest operates out of Dallas Love Field, which is over to the east of us. But there is talk now that the remaining restrictions on Southwest operations at Dallas Love Field are soon to be lifted in the next year or two. And there's some speculation in an article in the Dallas Morning News that would Southwest take that opportunity to perhaps begin operations here at DFW. And I'm looking for something that I saw in the sky there. And I'm not seeing it in my viewfinder, but I can see it with my eyes. That's a weird thing when you can look in the sky and clearly see something in the sky and you look to your viewfinder and where is it? Not seeing it. What I was looking at was clearly not an American Airlines livery, or was it? Oh, that's because it was US Airways Heritage livery. So I knew it wasn't American Airlines livery. So now we were looking for that Finnair flight. Don't see it. Let's see here. Well, I don't know if I missed it, but I don't see it on my radar. I see an American Airlines flight headed to Sao Paulo, Brazil. It'll be Flight 963, 787-9 Dreamliner, which is now moving on the move towards its takeoff location. Not sure if it's going to be on the south side or the north side. Sorry, the east side or the west side. I'm all turned around. We do have this American Airlines plane taking off now. Oh, there's the Medal of Honor livery you just saw briefly. We seem to be a victim of defocusing. That was American Flight 1578 on its way to Minneapolis, St. Paul. 737-800. Looks like the Sao Paulo American Airlines flight is headed over to the east side. Dang it. Meanwhile, we've got a flight coming in from Portland, Oregon. American Flight 2655 and Airbus A321.
2009, making 17,000, direct Lico. Direct Lico, 17,000, American 2009.
Now, if we can find the next plane taking off. That far away? No, can't be that far away. That's the one that just landed. There's the one that's taking off. This one's off to Anchorage. It's an Airbus A321 flight 399, American Airlines. If I recall, at least when this started, it was listed as a seasonal service to Anchorage, so I don't know if these flights will be terminating soon or not. And while Alaska Airlines does serve DFW Airport with a number of flights, none of them go directly to Alaska. This one does. So off to Anchorage, where its passengers will be, or this flight will have to be squeezed in amongst all those 747 cargo flights that go in and out of there. Karen Monson says, I'm going off for a bit, but we'll be back. Well, we hope to see you then, Karen. Thanks for joining us as you can. Afsan's Vlogs, Railfan says, can we say hello while you are very busy? Yes, of course. This is not like real TV or anything. So just come up and make yourself known. When you get here, Afsan will be happy to see you. And Afsan says the Finnair flight took off already. And Vivek says you missed it while capturing Spirit Airlines. Well, that's kind of a bummer. Well, we'll see it again sometime. Darren says he thinks he prefers Spirit's older livery. Well, you know, catch any of it while you can, because of course it's likely we won't be seeing it for very much longer. Well, when there's nothing else to see, we'll just take a gander at the Runway DFW official satellite truck. Always standing vigil. Always ready to bring you high definition footage from DFW Airport via satellite. Take a look at the Flight Radar 24, see what's going on, see what's coming in, going out. And today we're looking on the bottom of the screen, we're looking for things that are coming in, because Normally we expect to see planes coming from the top of the screen arriving, but we have reverse operations, or technically what's called here north flow. So planes are taking off to the north and they're landing from the south. And that view is courtesy of Flight Radar 24, which we count on relentlessly here. We've got an approaching flight coming in. You see it at the bottom of the screen, American Flight 2967. Let's see if we can catch that for you as it arrives. A bunch of buttons to push. Just barely going to see it arrive there. As that gusty wind picks up a bit, that's that particular flight coming in from LAX, an Airbus A340. And another reminder, of course, that our good friend Kevin is going to be here on Tuesday from Airline Videos Live, making his way on an American Airlines Dreamliner from LAX. Should be here around noon. He'll be broadcasting later in the afternoon. And he has invited his fans to come and see him. Now, I know I'll be there, so if you're in the vicinity, make it a point to stop by DFW Founders Plaza on Tuesday afternoon. I guess it would be later Tuesday afternoon. Can't get over to my switcher right now, so we'll zoom out and zoom into this flight coming in from Santa Ana, California. American Flight 2674, 737-800. Touching down on runway 36 left. So who was talking about pizza earlier? They were talking about pizza in the chat, and sounded good to me. I always have a guaranteed pizza date every other week when I spend Sunday with my grandson, Mason, who loves a local pizza emporium called Mod Pizza, and it's really good pizza. And so that's kind of our traditional meal on Sunday afternoons every 2 weeks. Got to go there last week with him. Although I didn't have pizza, I had a salad that last weekend, as I recall. I don't even know if there's any Mod pizzas close to DFW. I'm going to shift over here for an arrival from Jacksonville, Florida. If I can find it. There it is. I think it already touched the ground when I got there. It's an Airbus A319 American Flight 2596. And if we pan over to the left, we're going to see American Flight 1483 about to wing its way to Santa Barbara, California, aboard this A319.
American 9729, Zulu short of Charlie.
I don't know what's happening to our focus today. Must be the California hour. Here comes a flight landing from Ontario, California. So we're getting closer to the golden hour here at the airport as the sun goes down in the sky. There is the green beacon here at Founders Plaza, the landmark here. You can kind of see how kind of partly cloudy it is back towards the west as we're looking there, and there's on the right side of your screen are the flags of Dallas-Fort Worth, Texas and the USA, and they're all billowing rather stiffly from the northerly wind. Another incoming flight. Well, this is the California hour. This is coming in from Santa Barbara, if I can find it in there. Oh, I think it's probably already landed. Oh, there it is. Well, just have to settle for the tail end of it there. American Flight 1981. Another Airbus A319. Where'd it go? It's the California hour indeed, because the next flight arriving is coming in from Palm Springs, California. It shouldn't be too much longer now. Well, probably in the next half hour we should see the British Airways sideways apartment building A380 landing here from London town, flight 193 if I remember correctly. And next to take its landing spot here at DFW is a flight from Tucson, Arizona, so not from California. It's American Flight 2926, a Boeing 737-800. Seems a little less hazy now. Maybe it's because of the added wind. Perhaps it's the sun going down in the sky.
Sit down here again. Right here. Can we sit back down here again like we were before?
And here's a good look at some plane spotters here. They're all camped out in their folding chairs. Got their gear, they got their spy glasses. It's a nice place to hang out on a relatively mild afternoon here. Incoming from Lubbock, Texas is an American Eagle Embraer 175. It's flight 3542. Poised for takeoff now is this American Airlines flight 9729, bound for the state capital of Austin. And that was not a flight to Austin. That was flight 1959 to San Antonio. Also in Texas, but not the Austin flight that I had advertised. Here's Alaska Airlines, which is not going to Alaska. That is going to Seattle. So, what do you think about that? That flight was going to San Diego. Flight 1948. I don't know, I'm falling down on the job here in identifying these planes for you. I think this is the Austin flight. Finally, the flight to Austin. Comes an American Airlines Dreamliner. Headed our way. It has come out of the hangar here on the west side, the American Airlines hangar, and it's going to be headed off to duty. Whatever its next assignment might be. Vivek Chetye says, I wish DFW Founders Plaza had some public restrooms. I won't say anything about that, but, well, I join you in that sentiment. I'm guessing that they might, see that as a way to limit the amount of time that people hang out here, I guess. Our friend Kevin Modershaw says, good evening, Walton Mods and chat from the UK. Glad to have you with us. And our friend Daniel, Runway DFW. Hi, Walt, from a dark Germany. Good to see you, Daniel. Thank you for hanging out with us here for a bit at Runway DFW. Becky Davies says, good evening, Runway DFW. And I'm glad you could be with us. When I'm going to take a second here to have a sip of water, so bear with me for a second or two if you would.
Local 8 Bravo Juliet, holding on Zulu.
I'm still only on my first bottle of water today, so need a little hydration there. Douglas Serrano says, hello and good evening, Runway DFW Walt. Garfield Wagner is the newest subscriber to Runway DFW. Thank you, Garfield. We appreciate your participation. We are up to 7,062 subscribers. I'm just going to say our next goal will be 10,000. I mean, 7,000 is nice, but 10,000, you know. So we'll give that a try. With your help, we'll get there. Ms. Wolf says, Runway DFW Walt, I thank you for an amazing stream. It's late in the UK. Bed is calling me, so thank you for being here with us, Ms. Wolf's 13, one of our great members of the DFW, Runway DFW Moderation Federation. And thank you. A tip of the cap to you and to all of our other mods. Kevin Mottershaw says, it's only 23:45 p.m. on a Saturday night. Aw, bless you, Ms. Wolves. She's gotta get her beauty sleep. Gotta get to bed before midnight. Come on. I understand that. It's always so weird to think that here we are in the U.S. and it's just late afternoon and there's people around the world who are watching us at all sorts of different time zones. Where's my phone? Well, first of all, let's get a fix on our flight 193. British Airways is coming in from London. The Airbus A380, which is still 30 minutes away, 28 minutes away, so it won't be here until about 6:15 or so it's running even a little later than we had anticipated. But I was going to look at the times around the world now. So yeah, in London it's coming up on midnight. In Seoul, where son Colin lives, it's 7:47 a.m. on Sunday morning. So hello to you, Colin, if you're listening or watching. In Sydney, 9:47 a.m. on Sunday morning. Honolulu coming up on 1 p.m. So just kind of, I don't want to say mind-blowing. That sounds kind of old-fashioned in 70s, but I echo the sentiments from Ms. Wolf 13 to all our amazing viewers. Thank you for joining us today. Quiet out here. Let's check our flight radar to see what's going on. We see a flight coming in from Querétaro, Mexico. There, see on the left bottom of your screen, that's what's coming in now, here on the west side of the airport. And we can see that in real life right here. You saw it on flight radar, you see it here in real life. It looked like a pretty silky landing, did it not? It's American Flight 2221, an Airbus A319. There's our panoramic view of the sky from our transmission point. And just slow down just a bit here. We've got an American Eagle flight ready to go out to Lawton, Oklahoma, and we've got an American Eagle flight coming in right now from Lexington, Kentucky. Let's check out the incoming flight. Arriving on runway 36 left. an Embraer 175. You know, the image is just a little clearer than it was earlier. Not quite as impressionistic. So let's see if we can find the outgoing flight here. It should be somewhere around there. That's it, a CRJ 701. It's kind of hanging out there at the bottom of runway 36 right, waiting its turn to be called. As we watch this flight coming in, this is American Flight 79 just arrived from London Heathrow. Big old 777. Somebody with a giant pickup truck just parked adjacent to the Runway DFW vehicle. And if you're just joining us, we're not in the Runway DFW / Mrs. Runway DFW F-150 this week, as we were last Saturday at this time. It was an experience. I prefer being on terra firma. It's a little bouncy in the bed of a pickup truck, especially on a day like this when we have to rely so heavily on extreme telephoto shots to bring you anything that resembles a plane. Hey, you know what we've got for you coming up in just a short bit? Well, I'll tell you. It's going to be another Queen, another 747, Cargo Lux Flight 58M, bound for Luxembourg, its home base. Now, what's that American Eagle flight parked there before we get to the that came in from Chattanooga over on the east side, and apparently they directed it over to the west side to park there. So that's why that plane is sitting there. I guess there's no room at the inn, unless there was some, security reason for it to park there. But in that case, you would think there would be surrounded by airport personnel in cars and vehicles and things like that. So anyway, right from that section right there where that van just came out, we would expect to see shortly the appearance of this Cargo Lux plane. Which headed to Europe. Now, will it take off from this side of the airport? They could direct it over to the east side. Let's hope for the best. MR Rice with an update on Speedbird Flight 193. That is the British Airways A380 coming in from London. Running a bit late today, about an hour late. Well, a little more than an hour late, really. Getting a little chilly even now. See what the thermometer says. Thermometer says 76. It's dropped about, I don't know, 4 or 5 degrees. I may have to get the old hoodie out before we pack things up tonight. And that is not a 747, of course. That's an American Airlines. Looks like a A321. Coming out of the American Airlines hangar area. What we're doing now, we're waiting to see the emergence of the Cargo Lux 747. Epic Toastman says going night spotting at Dallas Love Field in a minute. Well, good luck to you. You know, I don't think they have a problem with just, you know, people are hanging out on the top of the garage and looking at planes, but when you have a setup like I've got, which involves a table and computer and batteries and tripods and all that kind of stuff, I think they look a little more askance at you as you know, again, I understand security at airports and the need to be secure. So if that's their policy over at Dallas Love Field, then I guess we'll just have to not hang out there. There are a couple of alternate places I have to check out over there, but I don't know if they'd be of much use for a presentation like this, where you've got to kind of have at least a 180-degree view of things as planes land and take off. You can park yourself over in places at Love Field in Dallas where you can see planes kind of go over your head and then disappear before they land. But so we'll see. I haven't given up on Love Field. We're still waiting for that. There's that American Eagle plane that's just kind of parked over there waiting for a space. There goes a plane into the sky. On camera 3. Durrani T says, hello everyone, how are you all today? And good morning to you all from Saudi Arabia. Hello Durrani. Pleasure to have you here with us. The A380 now 12 minutes out. And if you're in North Texas and you're in the, it's kind of between Plano and the Colony. So look up in the sky and you may see an A380 at 12,000 feet. Oh, and there goes the Cargo Lux. As I was looking at my phone, it popped out, didn't it? As we look at that, we'll remind you of what you're looking at here on YouTube.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas. This is Runway DFW in color.
Saturday, October 8th, 2022. Runway DFW Airport. 747. Right there on your screen. Welcome if you've been hanging out with us. We've been on the air now for 4 hours, going into our 5th hour of broadcasting live from the world's second busiest airport. And we're watching Cargolux 747 on its way back to its home base in Luxembourg. That's my head. One of the first rules of broadcasting, you should keep your head out of the picture. Let me plug my sound machine back in there. So the that 747 is receding into the landscape there momentarily. It'll make a left turn here shortly. I see a Qatar A340 passenger plane now lighting up the radar. It's going to be headed back to Doha. Though we'll see if we see that take off. Because again, we got two sides of the airport here, east and west. Planes can land and take off from either side. We're pretty much guaranteed that the A380 will be landing here on this side, though, because the bridges that connect the east and west sides of the airport, they were built to handle 747s, and this plane you're seeing here, the tail of which may wind up being directed over to that east side, over one of those bridges. But the bridges were built before there was a twinkle in the eye of aircraft designers as far as something as big and heavy as the A380. So A380's pretty much got to land on this side of the airport. Obviously, in an emergency, you could land on the other side. But I don't think it would be able to move over to this side, which is where the international gates are. So some special arrangements would have to be made in that eventuality. So this is the second Cargolux plane we've seen today. The first one had a special livery. I can't remember what they call it, but it provides a diagram of the internal view of the aircraft painted on the outside. So it's a special livery. This one seems to be the regular variety of Cargolux. Down to 75 degrees now. It's getting cooler rapidly here. All right, this plane is on the move once again. See if it gets directed over to the east side, or if it gets to turn and take off from here. Looks like there's a couple of planes there on the at the end of runway 36 right, which is the takeoff, currently the takeoff runway here on the east side, on the west side, sorry. So it's making a turn which looks like it's on 36 right. So let's watch a 747 take off, shall we? With just minutes to go until we get to see the A380 arrive. Probably won't hang around for its return flight tonight. It's going to be too dark and too late for us this evening, but catch it another time. Four engines, classic look. 747, Queen of the Skies. We've got some pooch plane spotters today.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. You see up there, Fido? It's a plane. Don't try to chase it. I am told that we have buffering, and that is not good. I'm seeing it now. We are down to very low bandwidth. Not good at all. So if you can still hear me, I'm aware of the buffering. Thank you, Michelle RS. I really have no control over it. I suspect you can still hear me, but the bandwidth has dropped. I'm still getting my hotspot is telling me we have an excellent connection, and either we've dropped to nothing. Let's see, where are we? I think we're still at a very low bandwidth, so hang with us. This may be a temporary thing. Oh, and is that the A380 coming in? Yes, it is. Well, we're going to continue on. We're going to press on. We're still recording. So if you can see it, great. If not, we'll do a replay. But I am aware of the buffering. So Speedbird checks in after its transatlantic journey, running about an hour and 15 minutes late this evening. And I haven't had a chance to look at our connection. But we will follow this along as though you can see it in crystal clear reception. The horizontal aerial apartment building is now approaching Terminal D. Let's see, did our signal recover? It looks like it recovered. I don't know when, though. So I don't know if you saw a series of still images as this was touching down or not. If so, I apologize. It's out of our control. We've had pretty good luck with our signal recently. But it is the internet, and it is cell service, and so defecation occurs sometimes. Kevin Modershaw said I had a refresh. I'm back now. Michelle RS says that she can see it. So, you know. And again, this will be our last view of the A380. Well, won't be our last view. We'll see it parked in its bay down there at Terminal D, but we will not be here to see it lifting off tonight. What's this? This plane's kind of taking an odd angle. It's out of focus, I know. I don't know why it's out of focus, but let me see what's going on there. Well, that was a go-round. It was coming in from, no, wait. DFW, no, it's going to Lawton, Oklahoma. I guess that's just the angle of departure it took. Now, let's see about this focus here. Let's switch to another camera, shall we? Okay. We have to reboot this camera. That's okay, because we've got other cameras. Like camera 4. It's got a shadow falling on it. So let's reconnect camera 1. See if we can re-find the Speedbird. I think it's in focus now. So there are all sorts of gremlins here in our 6 o'clock hour. We're going to look away from this for a second while we catch the arrival of Turkish Airlines Flight 83J coming in from Istanbul. That's not the camera I wanted. This is the one I wanted. Here it is. This is a 787-9. Just short of 12 hours in the air. I saw some airport rankings earlier this week from, I think it was Condé Nast Traveler readers voting their top airports in the world. And my recollection is that the Istanbul airport #1. And I've seen pictures of it. I think I saw a Sam Chewy video from there, or somebody was at Istanbul Airport. Looked amazing. And the only airport in the top 10 list that I had been to, and I don't recall that any of them were in the U.S. Ranking at #3, I think, was the airport in Seoul, South Korea. #3. And I was impressed by that airport. I didn't get a lot of wandering around time there. But it looked like a good airport you could hang out at. And in my limited travels, I'd always, if you had to have a change of plane somewhere instead of a non-stop route, I'd always be in favor of that. If I wasn't in a real hurry, because I'd always want to see a different airport or be in a different country or state that I've never been to, even if just to say I've been to their airport. I don't know how many people are like that. Most people just want to get where they're going, but so once again, pretty quiet here for a few minutes. Rick Nelson says the 380 was smooth here, so that's good. We did have a bit of a disturbance in the force as just before the 380 landed, as far as our internet connection went. Rick Nelson says the Admirals Club is my favorite pub in DFW. Not all of us regular folks have access to the Admirals Club, Rick, but I did get to go in there once. In fact, it was on my flight to Korea because I was able to get a very good deal of on advantage miles to get a first-class ticket back and forth from here to Seoul. So I got to experience an Admirals Club. I think that was the first time I'd ever been in one. Very nice. Be a nice place to hang out if you had the opportunity. I guess there's like a credit card company, like Capital One has a lounge here now at DFW for its top tier card members. This plane, by the way, is coming in from Austin. It's American Flight 2214, an Airbus A340. A few high puffy clouds in the sky. An ultra cute dog is surveying the, hey there doggy, surveying the activities here. It's a good portrait here in the late afternoon sun. I see a couple of flights which are in the sky about to arrive. I don't see anything taking off here from this side. Our next first arrival, I think you should be able to see the two dots of light here on the screen. The one on the lower left is American Eagle Flight 4187 coming in from Abilene in Texas, and the one behind it will be American Airlines Flight 613 coming in from Spokane, Washington, in the Great Northwest. This is an Embraer 145. And it should be ready to transition to an off-ramp here to make way for the incoming flight from Spokane. Focus, don't fail me now. Again, this is Flight 513 from Spokane and Airbus A340. You're watching Runway DFW, live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Touchdown. Just want to see if there's a way I can show you the temperature here. It continues to cool off. I think I've been able to prop up our official thermometer amongst our cables. And there it is, 76 degrees. You can see the high temperature was only up to 82. So a fairly pleasant early fall afternoon here at the big airport. We can see now that Speedbird is parked in its bay, getting serviced, getting ready for its flight back to London. We're going to be looking at a flight coming in from Gainesville, Florida. This will be American Eagle Flight 2207. Is that right? 2207? No, this is an Embraer 175. Sorry. Gainesville, Florida. Flight 3651, American Eagle. The flight coming up behind it is going to be Flight 2207, American Airlines, and that will be arriving from Cancun in Mexico. give you the flight from Cancun.
Visual 336 left. Command 36 left, American 330.
And if you are just joining us, we're engaged in north flow operations here at DFW, which means the flights that are coming in are pretty far away from where we are. They're touching down a little more than 2 miles from our viewpoint.
Visual 36 left.
So there you see a couple of dots of light on the screen. The first one is arriving from Liberia. Well, you don't. Not the African nation. I believe it's an airport in Central America. It's a 3-hour and 31-minute flight aboard that Boeing 737-800. And now the flight behind it is arriving from San Diego in California. That is an Airbus A321. That is flight 313, American Airlines. As we have a nice, easy, relaxing evening here at second busiest airport in the world. Wind picking up just a bit more.
American 9739. If somebody's behind us, actually, we'll have to move. That's all it is.
And coming in behind that aircraft is another American Airlines flight. This will be a 737-800 on final approach from Guadalajara in Mexico on Runway DFW.
Nobody told me anything. I saw them.
Your place for calm, cool plane watching.
American 2451, forward center 13575, good day. Timer, 777.
we have a message from Kevin, Runway DFW. How often do they do reverse flow here? I would say, based upon my experience, I don't have the statistics, but I have looked them up before. It's probably about 20% of the time, 25%, and it's more seasonal. In the winter months, it's more of a regular thing. In the summer and spring and fall, it's less of a thing. And what they call it here, the term for it they use that I learned in their tower last week, and I actually saw the documents that they have. They have these laminated documents that say north flow and south flow. And so we are in north flow right now, where the planes are landing from the south and headed to the north, and that's the way everything works, just goes in that direction for a while. So I hope that answers your question. And yeah, I think it was this way last Saturday as well. We were talking about Admirals Clubs. When you live between airports, and Admirals Club membership is a great investment in one's sanity, and I totally understand that. And Breakerbird saying they've been in reverse ops for the past few days, and he's telling that to Kevin at Airline Videos. And speaking of Kevin, he's replying to Kevin Modershaw and saying that both Jerry and Jilly were on his podcast, and it went great. The Airline Videos Live podcast, and I can't wait to hear that one. That'll be very interesting. And of course, Kevin will be. We'll just cross promote his program for tomorrow. He's got his big Sunday spectacular show tomorrow on Airline Videos Live, which I believe starts at 9 a.m. Pacific time, so tune in for that. And that American Eagle flight's been parked there for a while. It appears as though there was no room for it at any of the gates. And so it just, I can't remember where it came in from. That Embraer 175 that's parked there. Came in from Columbia, Missouri, I think. And I guess there was just no place for it to park. It's waiting for its turn. So here we see, coming in on the left there, is a flight from, where's that from? Los Cabos in Mexico, the southern end of the Baja Peninsula. It's flight 1077 American Airlines, an A321. And next on the flight path is, oh, this is interesting. Place that I've been, that Mrs. Runway DFW and I have frequented over the years. This is American Flight 355 arriving from Georgetown, the capital of the Cayman Islands. And of course, the missus and I would go there to, review all of our offshore bank accounts and such. JK. But if you have a hankering for snorkeling, it's pretty much unbeatable as far as ease of access. I mean, you just walk out from the beach and you're looking at turtles and fish and coral and all sorts of stuff. Haven't been there in a few years though. They did get some damage from the latest Hurricane Ike, I believe. And Mrs. Runway DFW has been going to Cayman Islands even before I did, and but we've both noticed over the years how much less beach there is along the main, what they call 7 Mile Beach. It used to be this vast, sandy, beautiful place to hang out, and then, you know, in recent years we've been there, just the water seems to be getting closer and closer to the hotels that line the beach. Well, we've got a lot of people here tonight. The sun is just about to go down, peek behind the clouds. We've got American Flight 1368 on final approach from El Paso in West Texas. And if we can get a clear shot of it here, which I don't know that we can. One advantage of being in the F-150. Well, there's the flight from El Paso. Kind of. And as you can see, we got the lights on the runway now. I think it's going to get dark fast. So we have an impromptu game of football going on here, just in front of us, here at Runway DFW World Headquarters. Let's just take a look around, shall we, while we're in kind of a pause here as far as aircraft go. You can see we've got all sorts of people hanging out. Some just sitting on the grass, some are spread out a blanket, snacking, or just plane spotting, or hanging out here at DFW Founders Plaza, the home of Runway DFW. You kind of see way off in the sky there, going towards the left side of your screen, is American Flight 2212, an A321 off to Houston Intercontinental Airport. And Speedbird, the A380 parked there at Terminal D. Stephanie Hutchison is saying, I'll be at a quilting retreat next week. I just hope the Wi-Fi is good enough for streaming. Not sure I can do a week without Runway DFW, airline videos, and all my friends. That's nice of you to say. Well, if you don't have good enough Wi-Fi, we'll all be back when you return. So don't fret about that, please. I'd like to thank all our new subscribers today. We're up to 7,070. It's a nice number, but now we're looking forward to 10,000. You know, enough with 6, 7,000, 8, 9. Yeah, we're going to go for 10. So we'll get there. Thanks to you guys. Kevin Mottershaw saying, if Kevin streams from here, nobody will get in his way. Walt today will have the umbrellas attack them. Yeah, I was telling Kevin, I was talking to him on the phone the other night when we were discussing his battery situation, that I think the AVL Army will be out here in force, and they will police the sight lines for Kevin so that he'll get some clean shots. So don't worry about that, Kev. We'll take care of you. Maybe we should get a real air horn. I mean, you know, we have the simulated one, but we should get a real one. I don't know. I don't want to get ejected from DFW Founders Plaza. Those poor people on that American Eagle flight. No gates for you. I no longer see that Reno Air tail. We were looking at just to the west of the tower there. There was a Reno Air American Airlines livery tail sticking up. But I do see behind that flight there, that plane, that Embraer 175. Let me see if I can get you a closer look at what I just spotted. It's kind of really back there. Let's see if you can see it. It's the Air Cal American Airlines retro livery tail. Do we see anybody in that plane there? That American Eagle plane? Poor people. We're going to point our camera up in the air here, because you heard that plane taking off. It's American Flight 1771 on its way to Las Vegas, an A321. Let's see what else we can bring you here. Got a bunch of planes that look like they're lining up to take off, so we'll be able to bring you that. Coming in from another Caribbean destination. I don't know if we'll be able to bring you this because of football practice, but this is arriving from Montego Bay. It's American Airlines Flight 2500, a 737-800, which has been in the air for 3 hours and 23 minutes until just now. Allison N says, if you're watching from that plane, raise and lower your shades, SOS. I don't know. Do they have Wi-Fi on American Eagle flights? Didn't see anybody raising and lowering their window shades there. And Kevin Modershaw says, look at my BA A380 compared to all them American Airlines. That puts the size of it in perspective for people, Walt. It does indeed. You can see looks like they're loading up with food for the flight back. They're near the tail. Rick Nelson says, got to run. Hope to see Runway DFW from the plane as I'm passing through DFW next week and beyond. We hope to see you too, Rick. And we wish you safe travels. And enjoyable dining at the Admirals Club. And yes, Roger Williams, did he miss our little AirCal discussion before? Is that AirCal behind the American Eagle flight? Yes, it is. Well, you know, it's the American Airlines heritage livery. Not really AirCal. Okay, so let's see if we can get our take on some flights that are going to be taking off from down yonder. Here comes American Eagle Flight 4120 on its way to, where is that? On its way to Killeen in Texas. Not a very far, not a very long flight. And I think we've got a bunch of planes that are... Oh, there goes that American Eagle flight. Looks like it's going to find a gate finally. That's good. This American Airlines flight 2417 off to Mexico City. Oh, this is the Air Reno flight. Here we go. Look at that. That's where it was going. Or Reno Air, I should say. So there we get a look at what that tail was attached to. Not too many green liveries out there, are there? I can think of EVA Air or EVA Air as we welcome Bhumik Patel, who just subscribed to Runway DFW, our newest subscriber. Thank you, Bhumik. Hope I pronounced that correctly. We've got an American Airlines flight off to Ontario, California, if I can find it. There it is, it's already taken off. I think the next flight is already rolling down the runway. Usually leaves late at night, like in the 11 o'clock hour. You're welcome. Someone was asking about the Qatar Airways flight. That was American Flight 2698 off to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Thank goodness, they got the next flight already in the air. Knew I couldn't keep up with this. American Flight 1227 off to Santa Ana, California, 737-800. I think I'm officially cold now. The official Runway DFW thermometer is now down to 71 degrees Fahrenheit. And we have, we're talking about Qatar Airways just a few minutes ago. They have a passenger flight that goes out later tonight, but they have a cargo flight that goes out to Japan, which is coming up shortly. It'll be a 777. We saw it arrive earlier. It's going to be going to Nagoya, Japan. So we should be seeing that emerge shortly. Here at the home of airplanes and football. So for those of you who couldn't get enough football on TV today here in the U.S., American football, American college football, we've got it for you right here, all the action, all the gridiron action for you here on Runway DFW Plus. As we look for the arrival of Frontier Flight 2134, it's that glowing orb which autofocus is refusing to lock onto. It's an A320, as I said, coming in from Las Vegas. Or from space. Well, now that it's officially cold, I'm going to get my official hoodie on now. So stand by. We will ply you with some disco until then.
Disco time! for the best.
Well, we are back. After that interlude, I've got my hoodie on, and as I was getting it on, I thought, isn't that the moon over there? I don't know if it looks like a full moon. I don't know if it's quite full, but good look at the moon tonight. Kind of obscured a little bit by clouds. Is that a moon, Beve? Maybe if we're real lucky, we'll get the moon bisected by an eastbound, or by a flight taking off from the east side. I don't know. Oh, here we go. Nice. I missed the moonrise too. I don't know, there may have been some low-level clouds that prohibited us from seeing it, but it was nice. See some planes, see some moon. Let's see if we got another plane. I think this one's going to go a little too far over it. I was not even wide enough to see that in my shot. Oh well. So there's the moon. We may revisit the moon later on. Lost all track of time. You know, did I even do our 7 o'clock station identification? Well, let's do that now.
We'll continue with our story following station identification.
Live from Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport in Texas, this is Runway DFW, in color.
Here's that time of the program where I lost my mouse. So I can't go on to the next slide. Well, that could be distracting. Oh boy. Okay. So what's happening here is that the music is finished, but for whatever reason, my mouse is not making contact with my... Oh wait, there's my... Okay. So my trackpad started to work. Okay, it's Saturday, October 8th, 2022. You're watching Runway DFW. We have finished 5 hours. We're in our 6th hour. This will probably be our last hour, I was going to say. So we'll see what happens. Kevin says it's been... Oh, let me get the date out of the way. Did I say it's Saturday, October 8th, 2022? Okay, I did. Okay. Keith B says, beautiful colors, cool tones. Kevin says it's been full moon last few days here in the UK as well, Walt. Michelle RS says, dang, I wish I had gone today. What a nice evening. It is a nice evening. But I'm sure we'll have some nice evenings with our friend Kevin next week. Starting on Tuesday. So, let us get back to our plane spotting. We do have planes in the air coming in. Next arrival is coming in from Santa Ana in California. the John Wayne Airport to 737-800. It's American Airlines flight 1612. Well, you know what? Yeah, we're going to watch that now. The Qatar cargo plane is making its way to the takeoff position on runway 36 right. That may be our final plane of the night. We'll see. There's the plane from Santa Ana. Now the Qatar 777 freighter is down there somewhere. There it is. We're looking at the tail end of it going over a ridge on the taxiway. And as you can see here, when it gets to be nighttime, things get a little less well defined as far as our picture goes. We do not have an official camera that can handle low light levels. So we do the best we can. That's definitely on our shopping list, to have a camera that can provide you with clearer pictures in lower light levels. And those cameras do exist. This is not one of them. So again, this flight's going to Nagoya, Japan. And I think we'll see this off, and then we will see ourselves off. We've had north flow operations today here at DFW, which is the reverse of how the traffic normally flows most of the time. Statistically, probably about 20% of the time we see this happen, where the planes take off from way down there and then they land down at that end as well, which is not as, you know, we can still take pictures of them, but it's not as clear. We don't get as good a look at the planes on the ground. So, looks like this one, well, I can't tell yet. There's a couple other planes down there ready for takeoff, some passenger planes, and generally they get priority, but looks like this may be a T and B, a turn and burn. Or did I speak too soon? There's our sky. You can kind of see the moon there in the lower left of your screen. We'll take another look at that before we go. Landing there, you see American flight 2635 coming in from Ontario, California. It looks like a American flight 1564 is going to be first off the mark here. I'm going to its way to San Antonio. Oh, there it is there. Missed it entirely. So we are awaiting the departure of this Qatar Cargo 777 as our final flight of the night. It's moving now into position for takeoff. It did not want to stay in focus for us. Well, all right, everyone, as dusk settles in here over Dallas-Fort Worth Airport, we are going to say so long. Thank you so much for spending a part of your Saturday or maybe Sunday with us here at Runway DFW. We'll be back later during this week. Oh, it's just going to be a special week because tomorrow, of course, we've got Kevin doing his Sunday Spectacular on Airline Videos Live. And then he will be here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. And we'll be out here too. So we'll have some shows. He'll have some shows. And we'll have a lot of fun. So thank you for being with us today on Runway DFW. We will join you again soon, and as we always say, happy contrails to you until we meet again. Thank you, everybody, and thanks to all our mods and everybody who's watching.
Price is Right, which follows on most of these CBS stations.
We hope you liked it. Too late to change it now.